Oh, yeah. Good morning, my MGTOW brothers. You guys are going, Brandon, why are you driving so slow? I don't want to start my clock yet until after I get my fuel. And if I go below 5 miles an hour, the clock won't stop or start. So there's a possibility that after I get this job, even though it's Memorial Day, I might get another job, take me all the way to Laredo. And I would like that because that could be a full day of driving. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I do know one thing. And I am not staying in the company drop yard. No way. Ain't gonna happen. If I don't get another job, who knows? We might go see the Alamo. That'd be kind of fun. Time to fill her up. I'll be right back. Sorry you guys had to hear that. I didn't realize you guys could hear all that wonderful stuff. Yeah. Well, Toomer, I'll be right back to go get some coffee. Truck is full. I need to fuel up the trucker. Hello, poop. Let me post a link. All right. Hey, Riggs. You guys ready to go to San Antonio? Well, let's get this shit show on the road. Uh-oh. I forgot to give Hemi his notification. We'll just stop right here. There's fucking nobody on the road. It's a stop sign. Let's give Hemi his notice. Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How long you been
How are
on the
you
road?
today? Oh, maybe an hour. Maybe less. I don't know.
Early start.
Yep. Got to get to where I got to go. Had to stop short yesterday.
Yeah, I remember. You're heading to Junction still?
Yep. I'm at Winters right now.
Are you on I-20?
How do I get to the corner? You got construction confusing me. Okay. I see what I'm supposed to do now. So what are you up to this morning there, results?
Well, I'm brewing a cup of coffee. I'm taking some aspirin and just gonna be mellow till I get up and start doing things. I'm actually off work today.
Well, it's been a banner day so far. I've gotten 2 armadillo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're not that smart.
Both of them suicide armadillos. They were sitting on the side of the road eating on something. I get just about up onto them and they run right in front of the truck.
Yeah.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Female armadillos probably drove them to it.
A lot of people say you can catch leprosy off of an armadillo. Is that true?
Um, I believe I've heard something to that effect. Give me a second and I will ask Mr. Search Engine because now I'm interested in one of that. Okay.
So they're really kind of cool feeling.
Okay, I read up on it a little bit.
All right.
First of all, about 95% of humans are genetically immune to leprosy. So we got that going for us.
All right.
I believe armadillos and mammals are the only armadillos and human Homo sapiens are the only mammals that can get infected with leprosy outside the laboratory. You know, and so yes, they can be infected and they can transmit it, but the odds are very small that you're going to encounter an infected armadillo and be susceptible to infection yourself. So yes, it's possible, but not likely.
Well, there you
It's
go.
like winning the lottery. Like winning the lottery.
Yeah.
It's got to happen to somebody, but probably not you. Oh, I didn't know that.
What's that?
Armadillo is Spanish for little armored ones.
Makes sense.
And they are related to anteaters and sloths.
Oh, very good. They're kind of cute up close. You know, their little faces, anyways.
Yeah,
But
I got no hate for an
like you
armadillo.
said, they're stupid.
But they're fertile, so they get to hang out with us a while longer.
Yeah.
I see you strayed from the pig theme today,
What? No,
as
there's a
far as
pig
your
on there.
screen name.
Oh, the name?
Yeah,
Oh,
your
the name.
thumbnail is, yeah, your screen name.
The name changes almost all the time. Half the time, Hemi changes it to
Yeah, I
whatever the
noticed.
fuck he feels like, and
That's good stuff.
yeah. Just one of the things you got to expect when you come on the channel is somebody's gonna fuck with your name, whether it's
Oh
me or
yeah,
Hemi or somebody else. You know, it really depends.
in the men's room on Discord, there's only a handful of us active, and uh, we used to be pretty active in the voice chat. The mods would always change everybody's names to some stupid shit.
Yeah.
And if you weren't a mod, there was nothing you could do but take it. Well, you could change it back unless they did their little mod thing that made it so you
Yeah.
couldn't change it. Anyway. So I know
I
you
used,
can't go ahead.
I said I go ahead and like people with overly like aggressive names, or you know, people I like to think of as posers. You know, like
Alpha Mega Red Pill.
yeah, guys like that. I'll they will become something not quite so manly.
Hell yeah. Pooping While Standing, Riggs Jr., and Richard R. have all checked into the comments.
Yep. My favorite ones are the guys with like Sigma in their name. 'Cause they're like
Yeah.
this whole wolf analogies, alpha, beta, sigma, lambda. Yeah, it's just like, sorry, we're not fucking wolves. It doesn't apply.
We're simians.
Yeah. And the ones that, you know, carry around handbags are persimmons.
My lunchbox has become my purse. I put all my junk in it.
Yeah.
A little bit of rain.
A little bit. Glad it's not more. When I was up in Sweetwater, it looked like I was going to drive into a thunderstorm, but the lightning is all stopped, at least close to me.
That's good.
It's sort of a sprinkle right now.
Guess what I made to eat in the kitchen last night?
I don't know what.
Chocolate covered bacon.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, good snack.
Not something I would eat, but it sounds good.
Yeah, like I said, it's just a little snack.
Yeah.
Eat a piece or two, you're good. So when you reach your destination, will you be unloaded or loaded?
I don't remember right off the top of my head. Right now, I'm just happy to be on the road and awake.
Well, that's good enough for me.
I think it's a drop, but I can't remember. I don't want to speak out of turn.
Did you sleep in the cab last night, or did you get a room?
I always sleep in the cab.
Always?
Always. Very rarely. Actually, not always, but 99% of the time I sleep in the cab.
I got you.
I bought a memory foam mattress. Cost me nothing. The only thing it doesn't have is like a shitter and a shower in here. You gotta walk into the truck stop to do that. It's no big deal.
Right. Boy, I bet you miss paying a rent check or a mortgage payment.
No, not at all.
Must really hurt
Not
your
at
feelings
all.
not have to cut that check every month.
Yeah. My property is paid for. I still got a lot of building I want to do there, but I can do that when I have cash.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's the way to do it. Shit's fucking hard to do. I pay people to do it. Like,
Oh,
I'm not
absolutely.
gonna, you know, why in the hell would I want to frickin' dig? I did my own foundation, right? But
Yes, sir.
I've got to put in a septic system. I'm gonna pay somebody to do that. Yeah, it's gonna cost me about 3 times as much it would cost if I did it myself. I will fucking pay somebody to do that. Homie ain't gonna get out there with a shovel and move fucking 9 yards of dirt. At 56 years old? Fuck that.
I'm with you, my friend. I'm right there with you. I don't mow my own yard anymore. I pay a guy to come every 2 weeks,
Oh,
and I'm happy to pay him.
yeah.
You know, it's funny. Friday night, my daughter had a dinner date with her boyfriend. Was there? 4-year anniversary, and we're going to go hit up the Olive Garden.
Yeah.
She got dressed. She wore a dress. And she came into my little office and asked me to tie it in the back. And she goes, "How do I look?" I said, "The neckline's too low and the hem's too high. Do you have a jacket?" So I can go get one. I said, "Do it. Have a good time." She's a
Olive
sweet
Garden
girl, though. She
is
said,
a,
"Do you want me to bring you anything?"
yeah. Anyways, Olive Garden's a pretty decent place for somebody, it's not where most, like modern women would want to go on their anniversary, but it shows a level of restraint that I admire. You don't see that a lot.
She is not a modern woman. She's very much a homebody, like her old man. Doesn't go out a lot. And she loves to shop at thrift stores.
This road is almost too damn bumpy for me to drink my coffee. I'm pissed.
You got a sippy tumbler?
Oh, I need one for this. Well, I'm drinking it, or to drink it on this road. Fuck it, hey. You got to slow down for these fucking bad curves and stuff. That, it is what it is. I just wish I
Well,
could
what highway are you on?
drink my coffee. I'm on 83.
Okay.
We're probably going to drop out here uh, once we get into the hilly bit right before we get to Junction. 30, 40 miles between here and Junction. Let's see how far it says Junction. It doesn't say. Well, anyways, once we get past, well, I think it's either Paint Rock or Eden. It gets really hilly, bad. So if I drop out if you can just stay on. Are you there?
Your
I guess you
signal's
dropped.
probably dropping already because you're roboting some.
Yeah. If you could help me hold the channel open, that'd be very nice.
I'd be happy to, sir.
All right.
I got nothing better to do.
Oh, that's Fuzzy Creek. They're fuzzy. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. And he wasn't fuzzy, was he?
Fuzzy was follically challenged.
Yeah. Welcome to beautiful Paint Rock, Texas. Was beautiful Paint Rock, Texas.
Looks like you got the road all to yourself.
For a while. For a while. Me and the bugs. Lots of fucking bugs. But it's
Yeah, the
Texas,
mayflies are
so
breeding right now.
yeah. The worst though is the fucking gypsum moths about fucking late August, early September.
Mm-hmm.
You get out there in the from right around Junction where we're gonna get onto Highway 10 all the way out to Van Horn, and it's just fucking I could almost go through 2 gallons of fucking window washer fluid. It's bad.
Yeah.
This time of year, the thing that bothers me about this part of the country is the fucking cedar fever.
Mm-hmm. Do you take allergy medication?
Nope.
Yeah, you're fortunate.
I just blow my nose a lot. I don't believe in enhancing my own fucking immune system. I think if you do that, you weaken your own immune system. It's better to just muscle through it. What do we have going on up here? It's like some kind of road construction. We have the Texas state flag, the orange one. Earlier this evening, they had a sign up that said rough road. And I'm thinking to myself, no shit. So I've already been driving 30 miles of fucking rough road at that point. It's like, state the obvious, motherfuckers.
That was it?
So far, it looks like we've got a little more up here.
Okay.
Maybe we got to work on getting the. Oh no, this is just an intersection. Yeah, that was it. We got to work on getting the contract to make these signs. You know, they put 1 million signs up for fucking 50 feet worth of work.
Well, the longer the work zone, the more opportunity to give those tickets with double the fine.
Oh, hell yeah. And then if they don't have a work zone, they can call it a safety corridor. Have you seen that shit?
I have not.
They just designate a stretch of highway. They call it a safety corridor, and fines are doubled.
Well,
just
times are
because.
hard. Local governments have bills to pay.
Yeah.
You understand.
Ah, sorry for not muting myself for
Yeah, it doesn't bother
that.
me.
I just realized what I did. My bad. Oh,
Doesn't bother me.
this morning when I first started, I thought I forgot to take my headphones off when I went and did my pre-check, and I was outside hacking and fucking coughing up a lung and shit. And RP Doomer, I don't know if you know him. He doesn't say a lot. You know, get it all out. Get it all out.
Years ago, I had a roommate, and we'd be hanging out in the living room watching TV, and I'd have a coughing, hacking fit. He would just look at me and say, "Die, you motherfucker! Just die."
What a pleasant man.
Oh yeah.
That's one thing I swore I would never have again after I got out of the Navy. As a roommate.
Yeah.
So I wound up fucking shacking up with the gal I'd been dating while I was in the Navy, and it turned out to be another roommate situation.
Were y'all still dating when she moved
Oh
in?
yeah, yeah, of course. Uh, I proposed to her, and she fucking said yes, and then fucking changed her mind, and that was the end of that.
Yeah. She said no, so you told her to move out.
Well, she said yes, and then she decided she didn't want to get married, but still wanted to be together. And I'm like, nah, I've had enough of that.
She probably did you a favor.
Probably. She tried. She got a hold of me about 5 years ago, and she was like, "Hi, how you doing?" And
I'm
she
ready.
had all. She'd already. Well, she got married and had fucking 3 kids. Said, you know, look at the life you've had. That's the life we could have had, but you did it with somebody else. Why are you calling me?
And what'd she say? You were roboting. I barely caught any of that, sir.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Well, that girl I was telling you about is one of the few ones I was sad to see get away.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The last thing I heard you say before your signal got really bad was that you were asking her why she was hitting you up after she had done married and had kids with some other dude, and then you dropped out.
Oh, well, she did when I said that to her, she was smart enough to understand right then and there I wasn't going to play ball. I wasn't going to just jump because she called me.
Right.
And she just sort of went away. It's like, he's not a live one. We'll monkey branch somewhere else. Because at the
Well,
time she called, at the time she called me, I had an import export business selling flour and pasta and shit like that, made in Ukraine to Sierra Leone, and then taking back fucking hardwoods and African fucking handcrafts and shit like that from Sierra Leone um, to a fucking guy that would then turn around and he would sell that shit that I brought from Sierra Leone throughout fucking Western Europe. So I had, these
hmm
shipping containers going back and forth. And I had I had part fucking ownership of a flour mill, not a big one at all or anything like that in Ukraine. And that lasted until that business went away. My business partner in Sierra Leone was the dude. Turn your fucking brights off. Was the brother of the fucking president of Sierra Leone. So we didn't hardly pay shit for taxes, right? And then his brother
Okay.
lost the election, and our fucking import taxes went up to 45%.
Ouch.
Yeah, so needless to say, that business ended.
Love it when other people put their hands in my pocket.
You know, and I'm not going to just sit around and fucking export stuff to some place just because the people are poor and they want to fucking keep buying my stuff. Other people can undercut me in the market and there was just no profit in it. So I shut the fucking, shut it down and started this
Of course.
English school, sort of what you would, it wasn't really, we taught business English to fucking businessmen and IT guys in Kiev. Since I was a native speaker and knew how to read a contract, it was really no big deal. It's not like I was ever an English major or anything like that.
Right. Well, when one door closes, another opens.
Yep. And the Russians came and I had to fucking sell it. I got not much out of it. Basically, they just bought my contact list.
Yeah.
It was without having the native speaker anymore. The value of the service or the perceived value of the service was, quite a bit lower than when the native speaker might, when I was there. Not that the people I had working there, the teachers were, no good. In fact, they were probably better teachers than I was, but they just weren't native speakers. And the big difference between contract English and business English and normal English is there are no undefined nuances, and it was sort of hard to get the people that had learned English from schools, conversational English and that sort of stuff, because they learned British English, because they're a hell of a lot closer to England than they are to the United States. So
Right.
their education system was set up to teach the people who wanted to take English as a an electric language, British English. But most business, the United States is massive compared to England in both the number of people and the scope of our businesses. And the language in contracts is very precise. And the Ukrainian English speakers would want to interpret it as if they were speaking conversational British English, and that was sort of hard to get them to put that to the side. That was really the only challenge to the job, other than like rounding up new clients after you'd go in and you'd teach everybody in their finance department or their fucking recruiting department or something like that. You'd teach everybody for about 6 months, and they'd learn all the contract English they needed. I had a couple of clients who were lawyers, and they were constantly coming and asking like very nuanced questions, and that was a good gig because they were, you know, repeat customers and pretty regular. So, and
Yeah.
when I got my Ukrainian divorce, I didn't get fucked because I knew some really good lawyers.
uh, I assume that was your second wife.
Yeah, yeah.
Was she native Ukrainian?
She was.
All right.
I met her when I was on a business trip to Turkey,
Uh huh.
and she was, you know, a huge fucking red flag. Now I'm looking back at it. You
Of
know, she
course.
was a choreographer for the fucking ballet there in Istanbul.
Ah.
Show, you know, theater people, huge red flag. But she was fucking hot as hell. Oh my god, yeah. Tiny little thing, former ballerina, but she had retired by that time from dancing, and she'd gotten into choreography. So it pays better. Your body doesn't get destroyed. I think she was like just before she hit the wall is when we got married. Another huge red flag.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I met her when she was
Her
35, and I was what? I was
her first marriage.
47. Say what?
Her first marriage.
Yeah, actually it was.
Okay.
But
Interesting.
definitely not a virgin.
Of course. Of
Fucking
course not. How long did that marriage last, if I may ask? If it's none of my business, that's
let's
fine too.
see. Uh, oh, 2014 through 2019? Yeah, 2019.
Okay. So you got your second divorce right about the time I was at the peak of my own red pill rage.
Yeah. Well, I thought that I deserved a fucking trophy wife after my first fucking
Yeah.
divorce. I knew she was fucking crazy. I'm not even mad at my second ex-wife, and she tried to fucking stab me with a knife. Yeah, she didn't
Really?
cheat on me. She was just fucking crazy.
and what did you do to deserve a stabbing?
Well, one Sunday, right, I'm back in.
You were silent for about a good minute, and now you're roboting. So just gotta wait for a better signal. For the three tuned in besides myself, True Blood's cell service has dropped. He will return. I'm just staying on as a placeholder to keep his stream going. Feel free to jump in if you want to join the conversation. Not that there's much of one going on now. Okay, just want to say if you just recently joined the stream, Brandon has temporarily dropped his cell phone service. He's in the boonies. He will be back. If you want to join the conversation, the link is pinned at the top of the comments. Hope you're having a good morning.
What's up, results? I am back, I think.
I can hear you, sir.
All right. Going across the San Saba Valley and the surrounding farm in and out. Pretty bad.
Well, your signal is definitely improved, but you're roboting just a tad. So keep on keeping on.
Oh, well. Hey, Jay.
It is what it is.
Who else is there? We got about, 25 more miles, and then I'll be Highway 10. Much, much, much better.
Pardon me.
I appreciate you sticking in there. All this fucking dropping and dead air.
Ain't no problem.
Off to my left, there's this absolutely huge fucking exotic game ranch.
Oh,
You
yeah.
got the fucking 12-foot fence, and I've seen like the ibex and the fucking different kinds of antelope and Africans, crazy fucking animals that don't
Right.
belong here.
You know, the laws in Texas are kind of goofy. You cannot keep any kind of native species of wild animal as a pet
Right.
without like wildlife rehabilitation certification. But you could have a non-native species like a lion, tiger, leopard, or whatever, and no regulation whatsoever.
One of the fun laws of Kansas is you're not allowed to feed you're not allowed to feed beer to your elephant.
I wonder what happened. They had to put that one on the books.
Yeah, you got to think about that. It's like, okay. Somebody got an elephant
It,
drunk one time, and it went on a rampage. You know.
if they made the law, it had to have happened just at least once.
At least once. And how much fucking beer would you have to give an elephant to get it drunk? Holy shit.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
But, they didn't have TV. And elephants, once they sort of bond with a person, are very sociable.
Yeah. Well, that it just occurs to me there's a surplus of Bud Light out there.
Oh,
Maybe we
no.
could give it to the elephants.
Last thing we need is a bunch of Ah, yay, we're back to civilization.
Hell yeah. I have a request.
What's that?
You were telling me about the stabby when you dropped out. I didn't get to hear the good part.
Oh, no, one Sunday morning, we were out at our country house. And
Uh huh.
I get, being Sunday morning, I reach over to the wife and try to put the moves on her. And she goes, "Hey, I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom." And I was like, "All right." Well, she gets up. And she doesn't come back to bed. I walk out and find her in the kitchen, and she's peeling because she loved to eat pumpkins.
Uh-huh.
And she starts telling me everything she wants me to do that day. And I'm like, you're supposed to come back to bed. You didn't come back to bed. She goes, oh, I'm busy now. And, we have all this work we need to get done. And you need to do this, that, and the other thing. I said, nah, I think I'm going to play video games. I'm on strike. If you're not going to, if you're not going to do your part, I'm not
No
going to do
love,
my part.
no love, no labor.
Pretty much. And, she didn't think that sounded like a good idea at all because I was supposed to do all kinds of shit in her mind, and I didn't like her plan one bit because, and she gets all pissed off at me, and since she had a paring knife in her hand, she just went after me. Luckily, I might be a
Really?
fat man, but I'm not slow. She took a stab at me, and I jumped out of the way, and then I grabbed a hold of her hand and shook it until the knife fell out. Packed my fucking shit. Got the fuck out.
Wow. And that was that.
Yeah. You only get one stab at me. After
No do-overs.
no do-overs.
That's crazy.
Well, she was crazy. I knew she was crazy.
The penalty for non-compliance is death. Oh, that's great. You're not going to do honeydews? Well, you got to die.
Yeah.
Did she ever say she was sorry? Sorry about the attempted murder. It won't happen again.
Yeah. She actually did, but it was too late. There's no recovering for that one.
I would hope not, but I imagine some men around the world have stuck around after shit like that.
Well, men are just like fucking women in that regard. They'd rather deal with the devil they know than the devil they don't. Dude, what are you fucking doing? What the fuck? Why do you want? Oh, that's your blinker. Oh, I thought he was putting on his turn signal. I lost all my momentum. Now I'm not going to pass.
Well, they cut this road right through the rock, didn't they?
Say that again?
They cut this road right through the rock.
Oh, yeah.
JLM is asking if there's a minimum speed on expressways.
Yes, there is. Usually it's 45 or something like that, but when you're going up hills, it's whatever. Different states have different laws
It's
and
what you're,
different rules and shit. But I
yeah.
believe in Texas it's 45. I'm governed at 65 because I'd like to be doing the posted speed limit of 80.
Yeah. I know what that's like.
Yeah. $109 to San Antonio. I'm halfway tempted to go, if I don't get another job immediately today, I'm halfway tempted to take the Uber over to Walmart and grab myself one of those little gas-powered hibachis.
Uh-huh.
Have a little cookout.
Little Coleman.
Yeah. Or the Chinese cheap-ass facsimile of.
What you plan on cooking if you go that route?
Oh, we'll get whatever steak looks good in the meat department. My favorite type of steak is T-bones, but sometimes it's hard to find a good one.
Yeah, especially in Walmart.
Yeah.
The trick in the Walmart is to hit up the meat counter around mid-morning.
Yeah. I got spoiled. I spent the first when I got my property for the homestead. You have to improve it in the first year to keep it, the
Mm-hmm.
free land.
Really?
Yeah. So I spent the winter and most of the spring in a tent, and
I remember.
my neighbor is cattle. He has a bunch of cattle, and my barber had fucking chickens. And whenever I wanted fresh meat, you know, I could go to either one of them two guys and say, hey, my neighbor, the cattle rancher, I said, hey, I'll go deliver your, I'll go do your hay chores today or something like that. Yeah. We let me get some ribs, or let me get a couple T-bones off here or something like that. He's like, sure, go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or let me, another thing is I had a garden, and when my spring, he didn't have a garden, so when my spring vegetables came up, I was, you know, gave him a fucking bushel basket full of fucking radishes, you know, that kind of crap, lettuce, spring onions. And my barber, he was living on a little homestead of his own, and I would go help him do whatever the fuck he was doing. He really had a bunch of different stuff. He lived in an absolutely fucking trashed out hole, but 50, 45, 50-year-old fucking old single wide trailer, about 20 dead vehicles around it. And
Oh my God.
he'd inherited this place, and he was cleaning it up. So we did a lot of fucking cleanup, but every week I'd get I'd get 2 dozen fresh eggs.
From him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One weekend a month, I just go fucking pick up shit around his place, put it into a big pile, and then we'd light it on fire and drink beer. There was these outbuildings that I guess it was his uncle or something, and he had just collected all kinds of shit. You couldn't tell whether it was going to be gold or whether it was just going to be absolute crap. The dude had like 40 of these bags, big fucking bags, gunny sack type things, full of wool that somebody had sheared off of a sheep, but they'd never fucking cleaned out, so it was all rotten.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was nasty.
Did you burn them?
Oh hell yeah, we burned everything. If it had metal in there, we'd pick it up with a fucking magnet after the fire. And then another time we found this fucking parade saddle. And this thing was, put some saddle soap on it, some wax, and it had fucking silver fucking, silver, I don't know what the hell you call it. But there were these aluminum
adornments.
Adornments. Anyways, it had a whole bunch of these aluminum adornments with silver plating on the top of it. And it was gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And he got $1,200 for that fucking saddle.
I believe it.
They told him
Was it English or Western tack?
Western. It was Mexican style, but if they told him if he had had the matching fucking bit and bridle, that he probably could have gotten 25 for it.
Still a good score.
So, yeah. But, you know, you never knew what you were going to find. it's just like this dude was a hoarder, and he just, like, collected whatever. There was a bunch of old signs. I know that he was not going to let go of those. But these were like old Coke signs and, you know, old oil signs and shit like that.
Stuff they like to put on the walls at the Cracker Barrel.
Right. And because his plan was, once we got this fucking outbuilding, because it was sort of a barn-looking thing, but it wasn't really a barn. Once we got that fucking cleaned out, he was going to convert that into his house. And he was going to decorate with those signs. So, you know, that's cool. Found a stained glass window in there one time.
Old rich people love to buy those and put them in their new home builds.
Yeah. Well, this was a church one. It was like one of the Stations of the Cross. God, I would only think how fucking hard that would be to frame in. But not my problem.
Right.
Welcome, brothers.
Good morning.
How you doing, Abe?
What's up?
Howdy.
Who's all in here?
RP Doomer, and what's it? Brandon Trueblood.
Yep.
Good morning, Nate.
Morning.
And who's the third guy? I didn't hear your name.
RP Doomer.
Oh, RP Doomer. Yeah, you got to hear me clearing my lungs this morning.
First of cancer.
I've had the pleasure of listening to him hawk some oysters up when he didn't think anybody was listening.
Well, down here in Texas, this time of year, it's cedar fever time. So the cedar trees are all pollinating.
Yeah. We've got the cottonwoods. It looks like snowstorms blowing around here. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You started mighty early this morning. Dark and early.
Yeah. Yeah. I was hoping to get going about 3, but I was moving a little slow, so it was like 3:20, 3:30 before I actually started rolling.
What time should you get there, San Antonio, then?
I should be getting there about 8:30, and I think this is a drop, so I'm hoping to get it dropped off and then have the rest of the day to do whatever the fuck I want to. I don't have another job lined up, and it's Memorial Day, so I don't really expect one.
Yeah.
But
Maybe you should get yourself a bicycle and strap it to the back of the cab, and then you can, when you get to places like that, you can tool around.
Well, my plan is to, after I make my drop, is to go park the truck and get an Uber in and go see the Alamo.
Oh, cool.
If I can make that happen, I'll stream it.
Don't get drunk and start pissing on it like Ozzy did.
Right. I don't want to get banned from coming back to Texas.
No, you kind of are there all the time. You really don't need a ban from there.
Yeah.
How's your refrigerator doing? Is it glad to be off of its YouTube vacation?
You know, it was hard for it to come back to work, but it's getting back into the swing of things.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
I left you some mustard in there, but apparently you didn't find it, so I had to toss it.
Well, I never looked in there because I was afraid there might be a dead hooker head in the fridge or something. You were trying to set me up. So.
Oh, you know, the dead hookers, dude. I always dry their heads out and shrink them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you take the skull out and the brains out, and you just put it out in the sun for a few days, and it's good to go.
Well, you got the body. I can use that for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can work with her until she stiffens up.
Yeah. Well, you know, hookers, unlike most women, actually have, you know, the ability to use their head to make money.
No, but I'm bummed. Should. Riggs, you gonna get your bike fixed and get going on a tour?
Well, you know, Riggsy is Riggsy. So did you watch that movie?
That freaking not the one you recommended, asshole.
Oh, okay. I thought that was what you were looking for. Outlaw thinks highly of that movie.
Yeah, the Human Centipede. No thanks.
Oh God.
Yeah, True Blood sends this in Discord. I think this is the movie you were looking for. Outlaw put a comment
That's
in there about
advantage.
9 o'clock last night. Said no. No, it's actually I couldn't remember the name of it. It was Europa.
Oh,
Okay.
And I started watching it. It says it's on BitChute. It's on.
yeah, that's a base movie. That's a base movie right there. I was watching a little bit of it basically.
Yeah, well, I got
like,
through 2 hours of it, and it still looks like there's about 10 hours to go. I mean, it looks very long.
Yeah, it tells you about who runs the world and shit like that. The royal
Yes,
families.
if you're offended by the word Jew, you don't want to listen to it because he points out. The guy narrating points out every Jew that is mentioned in there, and that's 99% of the people you see. He says, "This Jew, blah blah blah."
It's
and then he starts piecing people together, you know, that you didn't know that were affiliated, and then stuff starts really clicking. Goes into the Frankfurt School, all of that, and how the really in depth into the Bolsheviks and what they did, and then they had their own concentration camps and killed people and a lot.
Yeah, they
of
just call them gulags instead of concentration camps.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be a long watch, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And it sucks because I can't remember my password in BitChute, so I got to go into Discord, and because somebody pinned the link, and then I have to write down what hour or the time I left the deal. And then I got to go back through Discord, get that, and then get back on, and then fast forward it to where I left off. So, but pretty interesting.
yeah. It's a shame they trying to scrub that from like Google searches and shit like that. It was like it was like top 3 on Google searches for one day. I'm like, that's why they scrubbed it.
Yeah. They did Did you guys see that community post that Hammerhand put out about men menstruating?
Oh God.
He asked.
Oh yeah,
He
yeah.
asked Google if men can menstruate, and it went through there. Oh yes, everybody can menstruate. I'm like, oh my God.
No, they can't.
So I put in there menstruate. They still have men in the title. Of course
Well,
they can if it's got men in the title.
They thought it was offensive to call it rig straightening.
Why would you want to, even if you could?
Well, there's videos out there of them freezing tomato juice into long,
Put it up
long.
their ass.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, but if you called it, because Riggs just went to Britain and everybody over there said he was a bloody mess.
Why would you go to Britain? You see those people coming over to the boats and shit. Whole bunch of migrants and shit. And plus, you got the hate speech laws and shit. We'll probably get arrested over there.
No,
Yeah. How did Riggs not get arrested over there in jolly old England? I better stay over here because I don't think I know I'd get arrested. I'd say something wrong.
I got a whole bunch of videos of me saying something wrong. I'm fucking bitch shooting and shit. Man, like, I'm the only one who got my fucking videos removed on bitch shit all day. Like, I upload like a video of like this troon. You took like a shotgun to his head, basically. And they removed that off of bitch shoot. Like, God damn it. Worst part, I can't even save. I forgot to save the fucking video to my fucking PC.
Well, is BitChute French company?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm not.
I think they're out of Toronto, aren't they?
Maybe they are. Well, they're French Canadian then.
Okay. Good enough.
They have those flip top heads. Speaking of flip top heads, where's our favorite flip top head?
He's sleeping.
Oh hell, he's 2 hours ahead of me. He should be up.
Yeah, he should be up, but he's Canadian, so
He's on maple time. Maple syrup time.
He might be actually at work. He's got a job this week where he's got to replace. He's got to lay some laminate flooring down at one of his clients' apartments. They're off in Europe, and he's been trying to get them to pay for it, and they finally paid for it. And the guy he's got to fucking lay the carpet for, the renter, has this grand piano in there, and he's been fucking dreading having to move that thing around while he lays the laminate flooring underneath it. They had carpet in there, but the renter fucked it up somehow with some water. I think they had like a washing machine spring a leak, and the carpet got all moldy, and he had to rip all that shit out, and now he's got to fucking put laminate flooring down because the landlord doesn't want, have to rip up carpet whenever any of his tenants fuck up.
You're renting a place and you're moving a grand piano around? That sounds helpful.
Well, the guy that's renting it is some kind of music student from somewhere. And apparently this is a really high dollar fucking apartment he's renting. But the landlord has had about enough of him, and he's going to kick him out after the end of this semester. So I guess that's
Yeah.
about now.
Yeah, right when the new floor goes in. Oh, by the way, get out.
Yeah.
But they're Canadian, so he'll be nice about it and say, get out. Sorry.
Sorry, but you're going to have to find someplace else to live. Sorry.
So sorry. So sorry.
Sorry, buddy.
Don't call me buddy,
Call me
pal.
buddy, pal. Sorry, you're predictable.
Who are you calling friend? Or who are you calling pal, friend?
I'm not your friend, buddy.
That was one of the funnier South Parks I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That and the one where they brought back Randy Macho Man Savage back from the dead to be a trans woman athlete. Oh, god damn, I laughed at that one.
That one has proved to be so true.
I'm not here to talk about my transition. I'm here to kick women's asses. Did you did you get that little short that I sent you?
I did.
That I've never heard of that channel or anything. It just was in my suggestions. I was like, oh, there's a bunch of red pills. Let's see what this is all about. And it was Stevie Nicks wanting to get lied to. Back when Stevie Nicks was still an attractive woman.
Yeah, well, she, in my opinion, at that point in time, she'd hit the wall already, but...
Yeah. She started... Now she looks like Sally Struthers. I'm waiting for her to go over there with a bunch of starving African kids, and they're all going to be looking at her like, oh, man, there's a lot of ham on that piece. I never could figure that out. Give money for all these starving children in Africa, and they're all walking around starving, and she's a big fat hog. You know, they were thinking about how putting her on a roast.
Yeah, holding a ransom for fucking a pallet full of tuna or something.
There'll be a bunch of Somalis roll up on a boat and take her hostage.
We hated Archie Bunker. You suck.
You pay for that now.
Well, that show was just fucking awful. I can't see why everybody liked Archie Bunker.
You didn't like All in the Family?
I did not.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Mostly because of Edith. Archie!
Well, she did have a voice. What's ironic is that Carol O'Connor was a polar opposite of a person than he portrayed on TV. You know, everybody thought that he was this raging bigot, and he was not.
No.
That scene where him and Sammy Davis Jr. kiss each other, that was pretty funny. The look on his face. Well, Rob Reiner sure proved that he wasn't acting playing meathead, because he sure has proved that he is a meathead.
Oh God, yeah.
He was gonna move to Canada too here recently, but none of them people
Never
did.
went.
They all said.
Got me fucking moving to Cuba or some shit, or China.
Yeah, like that idiot Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day. He's going to renounce his U.S. citizenship.
Do
He
it.
did. He
Yeah.
did renounce it. He's actually
Oh,
followed through on that.
So where's he a citizen of?
I think he's a citizen of Canada now, but he still comes and plays concerts in the United States.
Ban him.
They should revoke his passport.
Yeah, his travel visa ought to be fucking rejected, motherfucker.
That's another band that I never liked, because every year around graduation time they play that fucking Green Day song about the story of your life or whatever. Oh my God, they play it 50 fucking times a day, and this is dedicated to these students graduating. The future's so bright, you blah blah. I'm like, oh fuck, I can't stand that song.
Well, Green Day only had one good album. That was that Dookie album. Then they got all fucking political. I
Yeah.
don't understand why all these actors and musicians and shit think they have to get political. Just play music.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You've got them from the Bay Area. Metallica came from the Bay Area, and they're heavy metal bands. They're not nearly as political as Green Day.
I don't think I've ever heard Metallica get political. But I really don't pay attention to what artists think anyways. It's just when they're all up in your face about it.
I don't think James Hetfield is a very liberal-minded person, but ironically, he was living up in Aspen. He bought a ranch or something up there, but he had made mention that he was probably going to have to leave Colorado. Because originally they all lived in California, and then he moved from California to get away from all the wokeness there, and moved to Aspen. He likes to hunt. He's an avid hunter and stuff like that, which goes against everything that the vegetarian Bay Area crowd likes. So I got me some hash browns, 4 eggs, a half a package of bacon.
That doesn't sound vegetarian.
There's some vegetable in there.
Okay.
And then there's some dead chickens and some dead pigs.
I'm hauling a bunch of dead cows, so it all works out.
Yeah, they probably saw the cattle truck and were like, hey, we're going for a ride, guys. They didn't realize it was to the big sleep.
We had a slaughterhouse in my hometown when I was growing up, and they had this tunnel where they'd fucking just pump in nitrogen, right? So you go and you're on a conveyor belt. If you were one of the animals they were going to kill, and fucking by the time you get to the end of the tunnel, you're dead.
They just displaced all the oxygen and suffocated them?
Yeah.
Huh. I've
They
never
didn't
heard of
even
that
realize
one.
what the fuck was happening.
Well, yeah, you just get real tired and go to sleep real quick.
Yep.
I had a buddy I had a buddy that is no longer with us now. Unfortunately, he passed away a few years back. He worked at a kill plant.
Yeah.
And he says, man, the guy's on the floor. He said there was one guy that worked on the kill floor. He was the one killing them with the bolt gun.
Yeah.
He said that dude did it way too long. He says he really started enjoying it. And he said one day there was a bunch of I don't know if they were meat inspectors or just bigwigs, white hats walking around. And they walked up to this guy and were watching him. So he took the bolt gun and he punched this cow through the back of the head, in between the ears and the back of the head, and then spun the gun around and punched it in the forehead or top of the forehead like they usually do, and it shot brains all over all those people in their white coats. My buddy said it was hilarious watching these people start puking and running out of there. He said he did it so quick he didn't know what he was doing. He said the cow hadn't even dropped. I mean, it was kind of on its way down because he punched it in the back of the head and kind of just busted its skull open, and then he gave it the brain shot, and he said it shot that stuff all over the place. And then started laughing.
That's fucking beautiful.
I would bet they probably never came back around him again.
Probably not.
He had to reload that bolt gun to get it the second time.
He said this was
Ones I'm
on
familiar with.
He said this one was on a cable, a chain, like a chain, and it was all pneumatic.
Oh,
It
like
had an air. Yeah,
I got you.
yeah. It just you could just sit there like a nail gun and just it would just keep on throwing that ram out, And he said he did
The
it so
ones I
fast.
used were like used a black powder cartridge.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, he said this was all pneumatic. It was actually, God, if I want to say right, I think it was one of the meat packing plants in Lexington is where he was working back in the late 80s before they all got taken over by the Somalis.
I wonder who
My
had the
dad had a-
fucking bright idea to send the Somalis up to Minnesota. You couldn't ask for a more different climate.
I think they just did it for the voters. They want to make sure that state stays blue. I'll bet it was a shock when they go from 120 degree weather to 35 below when they show up in the wintertime. My dad had a similar situation with the blasting body parts all over somebody. He said that when he was a fishing guide up in Alaska, him and his brother were professional guides up there, and they took this client out that was from New Jersey. The guy would show up like he went there like 3 or 4 years in a row. He said he was the typical New Jersey guy, the pinky ring and the A, like that. They took him halibut fishing, and this guy's old lady was with him, and she did nothing but bitch the whole time she was on the boat, wanting to leave,
Why
wanting
the
to
fuck
go back.
would anybody take a woman on a fishing or a hunting trip?
I don't know, but so here they are. This guy hooks into a really nice halibut, and my dad would shoot any halibut that was 100 pounds or above. He would just shoot it over the side of the boat so that it didn't get in the boat and start flopping, because if that big a fish hits you in the leg, it's going to break your leg.
Yeah.
I had one that was 35 pounds flop and hit me in the leg, and it was like somebody hit me with a bat. But so this guy hooked into this really nice fish, and this woman's still bitching. And my dad grabs instead of having a little pistol or something like that, he had an old Winchester Model 12 shotgun, 12 gauge. So she's like, "What are you doing?" And he's grabbing this shotgun, and he goes, "Nothing." And he loads a round of birdshot into this shotgun, and they got the halibut up next to the boat. My dad's leaning over the boat, and this woman leans over right next to him, and he touches this off. Well, a halibut's guts are basically in a pocket by its eyes, up by its head.
Right.
And he blasts this, and it shot guts all over that woman's face. It covered her. It just like you just took a bucket of guts and threw it in her face. Because he didn't know she was leaning over him, and he was the way he had it all, angled. It was away from him to go down the side of the boat. Well, she had her face over the side of the boat, and he said he shot, and it blasted her in the face with guts, and she starts bawling, and her husband drops the fishing rod. They almost lose the fish because it starts sinking. And my dad says that rod, about $700 worth of reel and rod, started going over the side. So he had to drop the shotgun in the boat, grab the rod. Her old man was laughing so hard he was crying on the floor of the boat, and she's just sitting there screaming like from Carrie. She's just covered in blood. And my dad said he was trying to apologize to her, but he couldn't get it out because he was trying not to laugh. That woman went back down into the cabin of the boat and never came back out, never said another word for the rest of the trip. He said that guy gave him like a $200 tip. He had people, they'd take people caribou hunting. I had a couple people come up with a brand new gun. They'd go to Cabela's or Shields or something, buy a new gun, new scope, all this to go up for this hunt. I'd get up there, they'd get their hunt, and on the way back, they say, I really don't want to deal with getting this gun back into the U.S. here. And they'd give them a rifle as their tip.
Nice.
Yeah. I went up there for 2 weeks in 1990 when I graduated. Was up there for the 4th of July, and it was a different experience. Seeing that much daylight is crazy. Your body, you just don't want to go to sleep, and then until you finally just drop, you just can't stay awake anymore.
Biggest fish I ever was in on catching. I wasn't the guy that caught him. I didn't reel him in, but I helped lift him into the fucking boat. We were in the harbor of Muscat, Oman, and some guys were. This was when I was ship's company on the Vincent, and this guy had hooked a fucking marlin
in the bay.
Yeah, in the fucking harbor of Muscat, Oman. He got him a fucking marlin.
That's crazy.
He wasn't fishing for marlin, but he got one, right?
Yeah.
And this fucking this fucking fish was huge, and it's got that big fucking spine down, or all the fucking spine, the fucking fin on its back and shit.
The sail.
Yeah, the sail. So this thing, this is a badass fish. He could fuck you up. So we went down. The bosun's mates had this fucking John boat that they would go around and fucking paint up the rust areas on the side of the ship. Because when you're out at sea, any exposed metal starts to rust. So every time we hit port, they'd pull out this John boat. Well, we got down in that fucking John boat because the guy with the reel was up on the hangar deck fishing off one of the elevators. And there was absolutely no way he was pulling that fucking marlin up out of the water all the way up to the hangar deck. So I had a hold of this fucking marlin's his nose spike, and a couple other guys had a hold of its fucking tail, and we had this Marine with us, and he pulls out this billy club, and he just starts fucking wailing on this fucking fish. Wham, 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 until it stopped fucking moving, man.
It was a fish bat.
Yeah, it was a fish bat that day. And the coolest part about it was there was this old Filipino chief who was the cook for the chief's mess. And he after we got the fish on that John boat, when we got back to the fantail to bring it back onto the ship, he says, "Hey boys, if you let me have that fish, I'll let you eat in the chief's mess." And this is something you never, ever fucking got to do as an enlisted man, is go eat in the chief's mess, because the chiefs actually eat better than the officers most of the time. And we went down and, we had to wear our fucking dress uniforms to get in there. Then they had us sit at this little fucking kiddie table, and they put bibs on us. But god damn, that was good. That food was so fucking good.
So he made you that fish then?
Yeah, he cooked that
Oh,
fish.
that's awesome.
And I must have had a 2-pound fucking marlin steak with all the fixings.
So were the other the chiefs that were in there, were they all giving you the side eye, or is that part of the deal?
Everybody was giving us shit, of course. But it was all it was all in good fun.
Well, and they got a nice fish dinner out of it too.
Oh hell yeah. But there was 4 of us in that fucking John boat, and then the one guy who hooked it, and so there was 5 of us that got to go to the chief's mess.
Yeah, there's some videos of those marlin and the sailfish coming into the boat. They'll jump and come into the back of the boat, and one guy got stabbed. I think there's been a couple of people that got killed by them.
Oh yeah,
they get impaled.
Yeah, if you got speared by that fucking nose on those things, my god, yeah, it's not only sharp on the tip, the edges are fucking sharp on it too.
Have you ever watched them videos of them in the wild when they circle, get a ball of fish, a bunch of bait fish going in a circle, and then they'll flare up that sail to keep the fish from trying to scatter, and then they'll go ripping through there, and they'll thrash that head back and forth and kill fish with the nose.
Yeah.
Or hit them with their tail as they go through.
Yeah, they're badasses. But very tasty badasses.
I watched a guy that was spearfishing, and he shot it was a marlin. He shot a marlin with a spear gun. And he said, he was narrating, he says, "Yeah, you really got to make the shot count. You don't want to stick one of these and have them drag you around." You hit them just right, it just stones them. They just, but they're dead. And then you got to worry about the sharks coming in. We had this married couple that I work with. They go on really nice vacations. No kids, never wanted kids. Everything they own's paid, that is paid off. A 2 railroad income, so they're doing all right. They went down to, I think it was Cabo or somewhere out there, and they went on a fishing charter, and they caught a marlin and brought it back, and they brought it to work. They cooked up little chunks of it, and it was really good. They put it into like a tempura mix and fried it. Did you ever see sharks following the ship, Brandon?
Oh yeah. Whenever we dump trash, they'd be out there.
They're like swimming seagulls.
Yeah. Well, they knew that there'd be other fish to eat the fucking trash. They'd eat the other fish. But when we had Wog Day, they had a bunch of Marines. Because at the end of the fucking Wog Day, you do the leap of faith, which is where you jump off the flight deck and wash all the fucking crap off yourself that they'd been abusing you with all day.
Uh-huh.
And they had Marines up there with fucking rifles to shoot the sharks if they fucking came close.
Yeah, that's all fine and good if they can see them and they're coming out you perpendicular to you. It's the one that comes straight up below you.
Yeah. Well, nobody got bit, so, and the Marines didn't shoot anything, but they were there, so that made everybody feel happy.
How high is that deck off the water?
Oh, it's pretty high up there. It's like 50, 60 feet.
Yeah, you land wrong on that water, that's gonna hurt. You don't want to do a cannonball or a belly flop.
No belly flops. That'd be bad. They made us cross our arms over our chest and jump in with our feet pointed. That was what their instructions were.
We've got some.
I had to do that from a rope obstacle over a creek at Fort Bragg.
You had to jump in?
You have to shimmy. You're hanging from this rope with your legs and your hands, and you're shimmying to the center over the creek. Then they make you holler something patriotic, and then you got to drop. And then as you're coming to the shore to get out of the creek, the NCOs stop you in about 2 feet of water, and they make you drop and do push-ups in the water. They smoke your ass.
Well, that's nice of them.
Oh, yeah. Good times.
Yeah, on Wog Day, they have all kinds of fun stuff for people to do. Nobody's forced to say anything patriotic. They had us blowing up pad eyes, which are these little indentations with a axe, little steel axe where they'd use to chain down airplanes. and they'd fill those up with fucking coffee grounds and salt water, and then four wogs, people who'd never crossed the equator before, all got to lay on their bellies with their hands behind their back and with your face pointed towards the pad eye, and the shellback, whoever that was, that'd be somebody who'd been across the equator before, would instruct us to clean out his pad eye, and the only way to do it was with blowing on it. So everybody's getting this fucking coffee grounds and salt water all over their face. It's a lot of fun. And the shellbacks all had these what they called shillelaghs, but it was basically anything they figured out they wanted to hit somebody with that wouldn't hurt them.
My buddy of mine was telling me about his deal on that, and he said the guys took pieces of old fire hose, and then they soaked it in salt water to get it a little more pliable, and then they beat you with it as you walk down the line.
Right, and the salt water also makes it nice and heavy too.
Yeah. And then they had to crawl around in the muck, and they had to dive. They had these tanks, he said, that were just full of like kitchen waste, like old food and stuff. And then he says, then you had to crawl up and kiss baby Neptune's belly.
Right, and they'd be covered in, our guy, it was covered in fucking lard, and he had an olive in his belly button, and you had to get that olive.
Yeah, he said him and his buddy went through it, and they got all cleaned up and everything, and they were thinking, man, it's going to be our turn to beat on these new guys next. He said right after they did that, they got a new ship's captain, and the captain took away all of that shit. No physical abuse, nothing. So he said we didn't even show up. He said when they had wog days, we just stayed in our racks. So he was on the last one where they abused you and treated you like shit before I can't remember what carrier he was on.
Yeah. Well, they had this. We didn't have the vat full of kitchen waste. They had these like, you've seen those like collapsible tunnels that little kids can play in.
Yeah.
Well, they had about 10 of those all taped together, so it was sort of a worm-looking thing, and they had filled up the inside of that with kitchen waste. But the worst part was they'd been saving the fucking every tooth that they had pulled, right?
Oh,
the dental
God.
guys had.
Yeah.
And I came out of there with a fucking, there's this fucking molar with some meat still stuck on it, fucking stuck between my fingers.
Oh.
It was fucking disgusting. And it's hot because you're on the equator, so it just smells awful.
Yeah, he said they had one of the chiefs was a big fat guy, had a big belly on him. He said that was baby Neptune. And he said, I don't know where the hell they store this chair, but he was sitting on a giant wooden fucking, looked like a rocking chair, but it was like a throne. He says, I never saw that thing again. He says, I don't know where the hell they stored it at, but they stored it for just that occasion.
Yeah.
He said, it sucked. And I can't remember if he said it was lard or if they rubbed axle grease or like thick grease all over that guy's belly, and you had to go up there and kiss his belly. And he was just coated in freaking like axle grease.
Hell no.
Oh yeah, the grease on there was thick, and you actually had to come out with that fucking olive on in between your teeth, or else you were not fucking, judged worthy by King Neptune's court.
And then he said none of the women were all the women were that if there was any of them walking around or watching, he said they all had to leave because everybody stripped down fucking naked and got hosed off, and then they did the leap. He said, so you got 75 guys standing there butt naked, and he said they made all the broads leave. And then they had to take the leap of faith.
Yeah, we didn't have any women on our ship.
There wasn't any women on that carrier?
Nope.
Wow. A lot less drama then.
Oh, hell yeah. Back in the day. They had some carriers that had women on them then, but ours didn't. Because I was on the Enterprise first. And on the Enterprise, they had the cargo pilots. They had, some of them were women, but on the Vincent, not a one of them.
I'll have to see because he's the same age as me, so he graduated in 90, so he was 91. He was in the first Gulf War then.
Maybe. Maybe he was in, but if he was in, he was in, But
yeah, he went in right out of high school, and so when he graduated in 90, he went right into the Navy.
Oh, if he graduated in 90, then he could have been in. But if he graduated in 91, there was no way he'd be in.
No, it was 90. But he was on the. I think his job was he brought the missiles up from the lower decks, brought them up to the flight deck so that they could be put on, or if they put them on underneath on the elevators or something. But he was handling all the missiles.
Ordnanceman.
Yeah.
Yeah. A red shirt.
Is that what they are?
Yeah, that's what color they wear.
Yeah. Amazing to think of how many millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in weapons that he was handling.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder how many people actually fall off of those ships that they never find.
Not very many. We had one guy in our battle group. One of the Marines was on not our ship, but on one of the LSAs. He fell off when he was on watch, and nobody knew he was gone until the end of his watch. And he spent fucking 4 or 5 days floating around the Indian Ocean until he got picked up by a fucking fishing boat from India.
Wow, he actually made her, huh?
Yeah. And
he was swimming for treading water for 4 or 5 days.
Well, there's some tricks you can do with your uniform to turn it into a life preserver. And he did that. They meritoriously promoted him to sergeant, and he went then and taught fucking survival for the rest of his fucking enlistment. It's like, okay, you know what you're doing. Go teach other people.
Wow. I wonder what caused him to fall off. Did he fall asleep and fall over? Did he just trip, walk too close to the edge?
I think he got caught by a wave.
Oh, wow. Rogue wave got him, huh?
Yeah.
Dang. I'm really surprised he didn't get taken by some sharks, especially in the Indian Ocean. There's a lot of them around.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily the big ones. Those oceanic white tips, they're extremely aggressive, and they're 6-7 feet long, and they hunt in packs. They come up on you, you're done.
Yep.
Blue sharks, those blue dogs, makos.
Well, they taught us that if you were going to take a shit and you were in the ocean, in the water, I never had to do it, but you were supposed to swim away from wherever you were fucking like hanging on to something. Swim away from that, go take your shit, and then swim back. Because the fucking poop, the fish can smell it,
Yeah.
and it attracts them.
Shark swimming along says, "Oh, it was enchilada night. I'm going to go check this out."
So, it's a good thing Father Saunders wasn't in the Navy, with his IBS, so he'd have been fucked.
He would have been butthole nation, the whole ocean.
Yeah.
Looks like you're going through some halfway decent looking country.
Oh, yeah, this is hill country. Texas hill country. I'm like 45 miles from San Antonio, so it's really beautiful around here.
Well, I am off to work.
Enjoy the rest of making $1 for
Uncle Warren.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Well, you got 6 watching, bro.
All right. Everybody likes to hear stories about poop in the ocean.
All right, well, I'll be out, Brandon True Blood.
Yo.
I'll see you.
All right, thanks for coming in, man.
I gotta get
It was funny as hell this morning when you said, "I hope you got it all out."
It sounded like you were dying inside.
Oh, dude, man, I was so congested when I woke up.
He had to exercise the demons.
Yeah, I was making some fucking oysters.
All right, pop quiz, Brandon. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
In the state of Texas, there are 3 criminal traffic violations in which you cannot be arrested for as long as you agree to sign the ticket and promise to appear in court. Do you know those 3?
No.
The first one is open container. The second is speeding. And the third is texting while driving.
If you have a CDL and you get caught texting while driving, you lose your license.
Is that a law or is that a company policy?
That's a law.
Okay. I believe that.
And I believe that comes down from the DOT.
Right. Any other traffic violation, they can actually place you under arrest and take you to jail for.
How do they expect people to drive friendly if they do that? You see all these signs everywhere, drive friendly. Don't mess with Texas. What's up, Cube?
You know, when Bush Jr. or W, whatever, was the governor, and he came up with that "Don't mess with Texas," the rest of the country thought he was just being arrogant. He was talking about littering.
Yeah. I was living down in Waco when they had that Cindy Sheehan protesting him for the Gulf War.
Mm-hmm.
And our local radio station down there sponsored a barbecue cook-off in the ditch on the opposite side of the street from her while she was having her fucking hunger strike.
Hell yeah.
Turned out she was right about the war.
Yeah. Uh-oh, look
But
out.
the way she went about protesting it was not correct. I feel bad for her. She lost her son. But having your son die does not give you the right to turn into a communist.
Well, she had feelings about the whole thing, so she had to act on them.
Hey, her feelings were justified.
No, I'm not saying they weren't. What parent wouldn't grieve their child?
Yeah.
You know, I enlisted just months before Saddam invaded Kuwait. And then when the military started gearing up to intercede, my family panicked. They're going to send you to war. You're going to die. I'm like, maybe, maybe not. I never got deployed.
Yeah. Well, I remember the first night of the air war. We, all the EA-6Bs, we took off towing these target drones, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there was 3 carriers, and so all the EA-6B squadrons off all 3 of those carriers, we all took off with those drones, and we flew in towards Baghdad, and then we released the drones, and then everybody dropped to the deck. So, but the drones kept flying at the altitude they were on. So we gave them, they were looking for targets to shoot at, so we gave them targets.
Right. And that exposed their positions, right?
That's right. And then we fired missiles at, whatever was shooting at the targets. I thought it was a neat little trick.
How were the drones propelled?
They were jet powered.
Okay.
They weren't drones like we have now. These
Right.
target, they had a regular autopilot that was programmed ahead of time. There was no smart system to any of it all.
Mm-hmm. GPS was barely a thing back then, if I remember. Rudimentary at best.
Well, it was small. It was good enough that they put it on the bombs.
Yeah.
They could get a bomb pretty damn close to wherever the hell they wanted it. Cruise missiles, same thing. They literally could fly a cruise missile through a window.
And they did.
Yeah. A lot of the bombs were still laser guided too, so there was a mix of ordnance out there.
Yeah. Can you imagine being a forward observer and painting targets like that?
Yeah, it'd take some balls. But they paint targets still, except they have this telescope that looks out and figures out what the GPS coordinate of the target is instead of like having to have a laser on it. But the most impressive laser bomb kill, there was a Warthog, one of the A-10s, was carrying a laser guided bomb, and somebody spotted a helicopter. They took out a helicopter in flight with a laser guided bomb dropped from an A-10. I thought that was pretty damn impressive.
Well, A-10s can fly slow and low enough that they could actually tail a helicopter like that.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law, my big sister's husband, was on a crew for maintenance of A-10 Warhogs. He loved it.
Well, they're good planes.
Yeah. Troops on the ground love them.
They're awfully expensive to operate, though.
Of course. I don't imagine depleted uranium's very cheap.
I wouldn't know what it would cost. It's not actually a commodity you can buy and sell on the open market. How many hundreds of years do you think it'll be before they can clean up all the DU that was shot? Fuck.
I couldn't imagine. What township is this?
This is basically the suburbs of San Antonio.
Okay.
I think this is Ancora or something like that. I don't remember.
But you're traveling east, right?
Yep, east on 10. When I was planning out my trip this last night, and until I started talking to you guys this morning, I forgot that this was a Monday, a holiday Monday.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I want to get there early so I don't get caught in rush hour traffic.
Well, better to plan than not to plan.
Yeah. Had one of them lawyer ads up there, and this guy apparently has collected $55 million in legal fees for his clients, and then in small print down
Mm-hmm.
below, net to clients 27 million. So after taxes and
Sounds about right.
lawyer fees, you get about half.
You know, for the longest time, uh, in the area where I live, the personal injury defense attorney with the heavy advertisements was Brian Longcar, the strong arm. You know, and he was all over the television and billboards, and things went south for him both professionally and his personal life, and he self-deleted. And almost overnight, his replacement cropped up in the billboards and the commercials and advertisements everywhere. Chad Parker, don't get hurt twice. Those guys are highly motivated to extract dollars from big
Yeah.
companies.
I was out in New Mexico and I saw this sign. It was like for some female attorney, and it didn't say anything other than, have you ever argued with a woman?
Well, I'll give her points for being clever.
Yeah. I'd give her points for being a sexist bitch.
Yeah. It's okay if she says it.
Yes, my queen. This guy here is Thomas J. Henry. The guy, I just saw his advertisement again.
Hey, True Blood,
Yo,
would you like to learn the 5 traits of a high value male according to Reddit poster Queen of All Queens 123?
oh, that sounds great. I'd like to pay lots of money to this person to learn that skills.
Well, I can tell you the 5 traits for free if you're interested.
Nah, I'd rather pay for it.
Got to buy that course. She's a female dating strategies dating coach.
Yeah. You know it's good information if it's coming from a woman. And
Exactly.
by God, if you have coach in your name, that means you help people and you teach them to be better.
Exactly. Well, it's pretty hilarious, but I'll spare you.
Well, we know about these scam artists. They're all everywhere taking advantage of fucking guys when they're at their weakest. Everything out there
Yeah.
that you need to know is for free.
Hmm. Well, to be fair, she's catering to women.
Well, everything they need to know is for free too.
Yeah.
It's a big ass Bass Pro Shop they got down here.
So one of those pyramids.
No, no.
You ever been inside a Superior Outfitters?
No, I have not.
They It's like a kid in a candy shop.
Oh, I bet. I just passed SeaWorld.
Yeah, fuck SeaWorld. San Antonio was founded as a Spanish mission and colonial outpost in 1718.
Nice. It's grown a little since then.
I'd say so.
I bet you it's doubled in size in the last 30 years.
The 2020 census had it at 2.6 million population.
Yeah. My dad was in the Air Force and he went to boot camp down here.
Oh yeah.
He said they used to take their boots to the fence, and there was these little kids that come up and polish their boots for them, and they didn't have to. They didn't have to even, they didn't have to do anything. Typical Air
Yeah.
Force,
I was gonna say, when I was in basic, I polished other soldiers' boots for money.
Oh, we had shine parties.
How does that go down?
Well, everybody takes their freaking in Navy boot camp. You wear these things called boondockers,
Mm-hmm.
which are just like regular Army boots, but without it didn't go up your any higher than your ankle.
Right.
But the bottoms of it were the same as like an Army boot.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole company got to go sit outside on this gravel fucking yard between the two barracks, and we shined until the chiefs that were in charge of our fucking recruit class were happy that everybody's shoes were shiny. Didn't matter if you got yours done in 20 minutes, you had to continue shining your boots. You couldn't just sit there with it and do nothing. You had to keep shining until everybody's boots were shiny. It was a shine party. We did that for our boots. We did that for our brass. Everything in the Navy was a party. We had working parties. We had fire parties. We were very big on everybody participating. We're all in the same ship. We had marching parties too. Those were fun. Oh wow, you're in here twice.
That was very strange. I don't know what the hell just happened.
Yeah.
You had just started to talk about shine parties, and then I started buffering, and it wouldn't reconnect, and I finally had to rejoin.
Weird.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me, True Love?
Morning, Brandon. morning, Brandon. Hey, Brandon.
Well, gentlemen, I am parked where I'm going to sit for who knows how long until we're ready to unload.
Joined at the right time.
Yeah, I got here way early, so who knows how long I'm going to be sitting here. So I think I'm going to shut the stream down. If I don't get another job, I'm going to start the stream up with a visit to the Alamo. If I do get another job, yeah, if I do get another job, we'll be back on the road. So I'm glad you hopped in, Hemi. Good to see you made it through the night. Is everybody else in here?
I don't know who's in here right now.
Yeah, results oriented was here for most of the drive, and what's that guy's name? Fuck. He's always lurking, but he hardly ever talks. But he came on too.
Okay. I see Cubing was in here. Riggs
Yeah.
was in here. JLM was in here. And that's all I see.
Oh, it's like RP somebody.
Okay. Cool.
anyways, he came in and talked for a while. So,
Yeah, right on.
yeah,
So enjoy your sit and wait.
yeah. I'll just read my book. I don't know if I like this new book. It's weird. This book is weird because the author is really a good author, but
Okay.
he's also really fucking woke.
Ah, woke.
Yeah. So it's not like your normal woke garbage because most of the woke garbage is trash. This is a new fucking story. You know, it's not taking over anybody else's shit, but
Okay.
you know, they have aliens and they're all serving as a fucking parable for some type of fucking racism and shit. I don't know if I'm going to finish this book or not.
Uh-huh.
It pisses me off every once, quite often, because almost all the NPCs are alphabets, and
Right.
yeah,
Oh my goodness. Where is this? This is San Antonio, right?
yeah, this is
Here.
San Antonio, pretty close to downtown. They have a district set up outside of downtown where they have all their like distribution for their food stuff. They've got
Okay.
They call this the produce district, and there's a whole bunch of these like warehouses and shit that distribute food. God, I can't talk today, Hemi.
Yeah. You need your coffee, I think.
I've had coffee. I just
Oh, maybe you had too many, and now you're all.
yeah.
Words, they're so hard.
Yeah,
Yeah, right on.
yeah.
Well, I hope we get to see the Alamo.
Yeah, I'd like to go too. I really will. You know, it's part of the the benefits of the job is getting touristy shit like this. I might not even ask for a new job until tomorrow, just so I can go see the Alamo.
But
But
will
then,
you have a trailer on though, or will you be
yeah,
bobtailed?
I'm gonna have a trailer. What I'll have to do is go to a truck stop, leave the truck, and Uber it in.
Oh, I see. You'll take a private car.
Because this is not a drop; it's a live unload. At least I think it is.
Fucking Monday.
Yeah, it's a live unload. Motherfucker. Yeah. I hate live unload. It was a hook preloaded, but it's a live unload. So they're gonna have to come out with their fucking big old bolt cutters because the guys in Fort Morgan, Colorado, have two of those the fucking door seals that are made out of braided steel cable.
Okay.
One on both doors of my back on the back end have steel cable fucking holding them shut. I haven't got anything that can break it, so they're gonna have to fucking have some bolt cutters here, or something.
Oh no.
Or else they're not getting their meat.
Who cabled them shut?
It's a company called Sirlean Meat.
Sirloin meat.
Yeah. Instead of sirloin, it's Sirlean.
Yeah. Yeah. Clever.
Yeah. They didn't want me stopping at a truck stop and having a sale out the back.
Yes. Don't the
Not that
don't
that's
the
ever happened before.
don't the regular seals prevent that from happening?
Well, they do, but sometimes they're a little bit more, proactive about
Oh,
protecting
I
their
see.
product than others. You
I
know,
see.
if the seal is broken, technically my company has to buy it.
Okay.
So
Your company would
having,
be buying it if the cable was cut too, wouldn't they?
well, not if the cable is cut by the fucking distributor.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. You don't have a battery-powered grinder in the back of that truck?
I do not.
Oh, you should.
I have,
Master key.
yeah. Switch my camera around. Do, 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 do.
Yikes.
I have my leaf blower,
Yeah. You got your blowy.
and then if you got a blowy,
You got a sucky?
you also need a sucky.
A blowy and a sucky.
I'm gonna use the shit out of the sucky because this place has a really dirty gravel parking lot
Yeah.
that seems to be mostly dust.
You got to track it
So,
all in.
yeah.
You've been going for almost 6 hours already. Wow.
There we go.
That's
That's
not how
much
you
better.
Riggs comments. Hemi likes giving fellatio, but
Oh.
he can't spell fellatio, so we don't really know what he's talking about. Fellatio.
Fellatio.
Fellatio. It's Italian. Good
All right,
morning
brothers.
to you too, Riggs.
Well, we give Riggs enough shit. He's allowed.
That's true.
Ape asked for a
enjoy-
movie last night in Discord,
Okay.
and I gave him the link to the fucking Human Centipede and told him that Outlaw recommended it more than fucking Tombstone. So.
Oh my goodness. You're gonna be that guy like Riggs. Never click on a link that he sends. Just don't.
Yeah. Oh well.
Oh, enjoy
Well,
your downtime.
Will do, but I want you to remember 3 things for me, Hemi.
Okay, what's that?
No marriage, no cohabitation, and no kids. Those are the 3 tenets of MGTOW. Follow those tenets, and you will be free of a life of usury and indentured servitude. Peace out, brothers.